Well, hello, everybody. I'm kind of into this like techno remix of Link to the Past. Anyway, so it's been a while. It's been a while since I've streamed on my own channel, and I'm not in for a big stream tonight. I just needed to just stream something, you know. It's because it's been a while. So first, let's go ahead and pop a top. Open up a nice cold can of Mountain Dew here. There we go. And so here's my problem. I've been learning this networking stuff, and so I redid the networking, and then I was creating new networks and subnets and all that stuff. And then I broke everything, and I got Proxmox into a state that I don't know how to recover it from where it is. So they tell you that basically if you want to change the IP addresses of your services that you set up, like your cluster and your Ceph and all that, that you just need to reinstall on a new, like back everything up, reinstall. And that's true. That's true. I thought that I'd found a way because I'd scoured forums and I'd come up with a bunch of steps. Like if you follow it in this order, it'll work. But it didn't. And I tried setting the IP addresses back a little bit, and I can't get the current. I'm just starting over. But I had some stuff that I do want to keep that's actually important. So, almost spilled that. So I made a backup of the VM that has. Hold on, let me see if I can get over here. I'm going to put this on that screen in just a second. Okay. So I've made a backup of the home directory, the root directory. I should probably rename these etc pve1 etc. Why not, right? pve1 var lib vz, and that includes the dumps. So in here, before I final answer, before I throw this thing away, let's make sure. And then I do have the list that has all the things in it. The one I'm looking for is 102. So 102 here. Really? Oh. All right, so these discs I'm going to have to reattach. I'm not really sure how this restoration process is going to go, but I'm going to reinstall Proxmox. I have all the IP address ranges and everything set up the way that I want them this time. Final answer, and we're going to take it from there. So that's what's going on. Also, let me just switch real quick. Let's switch our bots over to the BCB bots. Now let's take a swig. It looks like there were 2 VMs that failed to copy. Well, technically 3, because I'd also set up a pfSense, and then that's gone now. But fair warning, Ceph has its downsides. Oh, that's interesting that oh, because it's a log file. Oh. Because I'm using, I thought that's weird that it saved color with it, but I've aliased cat to bat, and so, okay, that makes sense now. All right, anyway, so I'm going to spend maybe, I'm hoping just about half an hour here trying to figure out what this restore process needs to look like. And I have this open just for show, but we actually need to log in here. Give me a second. This is the one that we really need to log into. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Jose. Oh, you know what? I actually have the wrong chat up. So, Josue, sorry. Forgive me for wordoing there. Let me get the correct chat up. Where the heck is that thing? Why is this over on that screen? This should be on this screen. Also, I have a Mac Studio. I finally decided to get a Mac Studio. I can't really afford it, but debt's motivating. I'd be able to afford it if I hadn't gone on the AJ script binge. That was very expensive, and unfortunately, the result is not something that I can use. The proof of concept was a success, but not quite. I mean, I had to cut the cord on it before I could get it to the point where it would have been really nice. I mean, I think that it could easily been twice as much and still have just gotten basically the proof of concept to a good state. Anyway, what am I doing here? I'm looking for something. I was looking for chat. Where's chat.restream? There we go. Okay, so let me see if I can bring this over. There we go. Now I have the right chat up. So now, Josue, when you say something, I will see it. Doing great, extra busy lately with on-call things. Tell me more about the on-call things. So here's the Mac Studio. I think I'll open it tomorrow. Here it is. And I don't know why it has this, there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no battery in the Mac Studio. I could be wrong, but I don't think it runs on battery power. It seems like they should have been able to put battery power in there. But anyway, so next time I undock this, I will not be redocking it. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to go to launch. Yeah, always allow. It's a DB model. What? DBE? A DBE model. What does that mean? DBE model? What's up, McLizine? You look it's an awful lot like Ryan there. What the heck does McLizine mean? Isn't that a girl's name? Batteries, even BIOS ones, require those stickers sometimes. Interesting. Are you saying that this? Are you saying this? What? Hold on. Failed to start volume activation. Yeah, okay. We're just going to connect virtual media. We're going to blow it away and we're going to try again. I've got a backup locally. I'm heaven willing. It's Proxmox. Why is it searching this Mac? Okay, I could have sworn. I'm gonna go into Finder real quick. I'm really ticked off about this. I'm always changing this setting. Okay, so we go into Finder, into Preferences, okay, and then under Advanced, when performing a search, search the current folder. Not search this Mac, search the current folder. So why is it doing this, searching this Mac when I was in downloads? Should be searching the current folder. All right, there's the latest edition. So what? Wait, why is it relevant? The R720XD DBE. Why is that relevant? Dell branded? Is that what we're saying? Does DBE stand for Dell branded? Oh, we still don't have the problem sorted out with the what's the iDRAC. The other 720, we still don't have the iDRAC issue sorted. Okay. So we're going to go over here. Oh. But what does that mean? What does it mean that it's a DBE model? This one is an enterprise license. Okay, here it goes. This is going to take a frustratingly long time, so I'm going to start researching how to do the restore and get that together. It's a secret. It's a secret to everybody. So tell me now. All right, so go with TrueNAS.md. One is we're going to download TrueNAS. Now, I already have under VZ ISOs, what? Template, ISO, TrueNAS. Okay, so I'm just going to be copying this one back over because that's the version that I had. That's the version that I'm sticking with for now. All right, and then I will figure out real quick where that came from, just so I have the reference for later. Oh, let me go ahead and do that over here. Okay, oh, and we need to click, where's the button, where's the button, where's the keyboard button? There it is, F11, fast as lightning, whew! Oh, nearly missed it. That could have been devastating. Is that can mini, or are you a giant? This can right here? So, I am a giant, but this is actually a big can. So I'm actually bigger than you think I am. We're going to put a little more light on here. Hold on. Where is it? There we go. That's a little better. All right, so this is doing its thing. And I'm going to be searching. Let me put the dash stuff on another screen. We'll come back to that tonight. I do need to do that. I just need to take a break and stream something on this channel for a change. All right, so TrueNAS download. Oh, I hate this crap. Why doesn't Windows just get good scrolling support? Why do websites that target Windows try to add smooth scrolling JavaScript? Could they not detect that you're on a Mac and disable it? Because it is really annoying. Well, I mean, it's really annoying when you use Windows, period. But it's really annoying when you are on a Mac and it's like, instead of having smooth scrolling, now I have like wacko scrolling. All right, so this is the website that I would get it from. So TrueNAS Core is what we're doing. All right, let me just copy this link here. FreeNAS.org. What the letter L? TrueNAS is hosted by FreeNAS? I'm a little confused. FreeNAS goes to TrueNAS. What's the thing that happened? Okay, is this booted yet? No. It's still lifecycle controllering. They renamed it to TrueNAS a while back. I'm assuming this is because TrueNAS sold the company, and then sometime after it was sold, probably 2-3 years after it was sold, either someone else bought that company or they just went against what the originator thought was the agreement and started doing things that were not in line with the original team's vision. And so because they had bought the trademark, which is what typically you're buying and selling in open source, they couldn't use the FreeNAS trademark anymore. Or is it the IX Systems NAS distribution based on FreeBSD? TrueNAS has less features than FreeNAS. Really? See, Brave GPT is a lot better than ChatGPT. Because Brave GPT will give you where the information comes from. Okay, so it looks like this is the opposite. It looks like the open source project decided to commercialize. Or maybe a separate company developed TrueNAS, and then FreeNAS abandoned. I'm a little confused here. What's the real story? Huh, okay. Okay, so they wanted to call it TrueNAS because they wanted commercials. They wanted to add commercial support. Okay, good for them. That's what it seems like. I'm not from this. It sounds like TrueNAS has a long history and FreeNAS has a long history, and the projects combined or something, or maybe TrueNAS was the free version, or TrueNAS was the commercial version and FreeNAS was the free version, and then they created TrueNAS Scale and TrueNAS Core. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, I just wanted to have the download link. So I got the download link. It needs to be copied to that's what I need to do, basically. Well, this isn't a Red Hat CentOS kind of thing because Red Hat came first in and CentOS came later, and CentOS is the pre-compiled. So the source code is free, but the binaries are not, and the support is not. And so if you want the binaries, it's because of the trademark because of the trademark, you can copy the source code, but you can't build the source code with the trademarks in place. And so they had to debrand and rebrand it in order to distribute the binaries, because even though the source code is free, the binaries, in binary form, it violates trademark. So there's a lot of that, trademark versus copyright stuff goes on in open source. By the way, thing I'm into right now, LMNT. Have you heard of this? I am not going to try to pretend like it has some sort of special health benefits. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. Oops. But it tastes all right. So there's different flavors. Grapefruit. What? They had to come out with a new flavor just as I bought the variety pack? Anyway, so it's just like, it's a way to drink something and avoid sugar. And so I've got the variety pack that has all of them except for grapefruit. Apparently grapefruit was released like last night or something, because I just bought these 3 days ago. I bought this variety pack. And yeah, it's just like, rather than adding sugar to your water, you add salt and a little bit of stevia and some flavoring. And raspberry is my favorite so far. Orange is really good. Watermelon is just as gross as you would think. I'm imagining that citrus is going to taste like lime. The mango chili wasn't bad. The chocolate's weird. And I'm guessing raw just tastes like concentrated Oregon water. And because it's not just salt. It's potassium and magnesium. It's the kind of things that you get as water passes through rocks. Stuff that you would normally get. Anyway, how's this thing coming along? Oh, okay. Boot menu. BIOS boot menu. Scanning for devices. This may take forever. A trademark brand for selling another brand for not selling support. Trademark brand for selling support, another brand for not selling support. Yes, but I think that CentOS is not maintained by Red Hat. I could be wrong. Am I mistaken? I thought that CentOS was they recompiled the source code, but they weren't allowed to distribute the binaries because it has the trademark, and so they had to fork the source code. Anyway. Oh, interesting. I should turn that off. Let's see. We're going to go to virtual CD. We're going to let that take a minute, and then I'm going to continue to search here for... There's a couple of things I need to do. One is how to restore a backup, and another is how to attach the drives. So I have in my previous notes, which are all over the place. Let's see. That would be under PV1 root notes. So I just have all sorts of stuff here and there and everywhere. Scuzzy. There we go. So this is how I need to add the disks, and those are my disks that need to get added. So I think, I'm not sure what I need to do. I need to go look up this information of how to do the restore, because I think what I'm going to do is create the VM so that the VM exists and I can attach stuff to it. And then I'm going to restore the VM with the disks attached. And I don't know. Actually, I'm kind of scared to do that. Maybe I should try to restore the VM first and then attach the... I don't know. I don't know what I need to do, because what I don't want it to do is I don't want it to zero out these drives. If it were to zero out these drives, I would be in big trouble. So I do not want it... I don't want to take any risk of it restoring and zeroing out the drives. So maybe that means I should not attach them first. Maybe maybe I should actually attach some other drives first, restore it, then attach these drives, just in case it does the zeroing, because I do have some drives that could be zeroed, or I don't know. We'll see. All right. All right, and I did find some of the tools. By the way, Ren, I figured out how to use the iDRAC tools from the operating system by basically finding the SUSE RPM and then unpacking it and then moving the files around a little bit so that they'll run. All right, so there's obviously some steps in between here and there. But then the other question is, how do I do the restore? Okay, so here we're waiting for the install. This is not going to take too long once we get it going. Let's see. CentOS is 100% Red Hat maintained? Really? I thought it was the Rebel Alliance. That's so interesting to me. Oh, they killed it 1.5 years ago. But did they adopt the organization? You're telling me don't be scared. Ryan says don't be scared, but why should I not be scared? Transformed it into an upstream version called CentOS Stream. Okay. Install, then attach later. Okay. It'll just find them and mount the pool. Cool. I'm going to go to sleep. Good night. Well, good night to you, sir. Thank you for making me feel better. But wait, I don't want to just install it. I want to restore it. I have the dump of everything already configured and working. So I want to use the dump. By the way, Ryan is the one that got me into all of this. Wait, Ryan, why did you switch from Twitch to YouTube? And I'll be scared if I want to, okay? Anyway, remember, after you caffeinate, it's important to hydrate so that the caffeination can do its job. All right, well, while we're waiting for that to boot, Proxmox restore VM. Backup and restore. Okay, where was I at? I am not familiar with this track here. Mario Bros. 3 Issyland? I don't know if I've beaten Mario Brothers 3. I think I did when I was a kid, but I'm not entirely sure. All right, let's see what's next here. Accept the end user. By the way, if you're ever using Proxmox, don't use the web UI with the monitor plugged in, because then if the monitor's widescreen, the VGA, the virtualized VGA connection is not widescreen, and so then you end up with the button being over. You know, the button ends up being over here, and so you just kind of have to like hit tab and pray that it somehow works out. I don't think you can do it. Okay, so we'll accept. And then let's make sure that this is the right one that we want to use, because goodness knows it would be terrible to use the wrong one here. All right, so we definitely don't want to use the 14 terabytes. Those are all together. These two are going to be used for Ceph. These two are going to be used. I think I might just use them to back up these. I'm not really sure what to do with them yet. They're just kind of hanging there. But the 1 terabyte Silicon Power CC, this is the right one to use. So yes, we're going to use that. And then country, United States. Whoops. There we go. And then Denver. And then password here. 1 second. And then okay, I'm going to bring this back over. And then I want to set this up for the 10 gig to be the management interface. I am so excited. So one thing I'm really excited about, and a good thing that I didn't get the Mac Studio before, the Mac Studio bounced back and forth between 10 gig and no 10 gig. The version of Mac Studio that I have has 10 gig on it. So I'm going to be able to plug it into my 10 gig MikroTik that's going to my other 10 gig MikroTik that's going to my 10 gig Unify that's going to my much slower internet. But hey, it's going to be fun. All right, let's see here. PVU1. Oh, this is 111. And this eventually is going to be an OpenSense that is running on this. So it's going to be using one of its VMs as its gateway. So that'll be interesting. And then I'm actually going to have a dedicated internet connection for this, because I actually have 2 internet connections at my house because of reasons. Basically, it was cheaper to get a bundle pack than with internet than to not have it, and so I have the internet that I want, and then I have the internet that's free. Okay. So that should all be good. Automatically reboot. Sure. Okay, and that's going to take 10 or 20 minutes. I'm going to move that off this. I'm just going to move it off to the side here a little bit. Okay. And then Yeah, I need to figure out. So VZ dump, that makes sense. Okay, restore a container. See, this thing should be at the top. I almost want to edit this. In fact, I do want to edit this. Do I have the ability? Can I log in and edit this? Let me see if I've got a login over here. Okay, let's see. What? Screw you, pal. Let's see. Is there... Maybe I can't create... Maybe it's not that kind of wiki. Oh well. Oh, I like this one too. What's this? Donkey Kong Country 2 Distorted Forest by Rokos. Oh, dang it. I keep on accidentally clicking on things I'm not trying to click on. All right. I think it's really janky that they don't let me go below 100. Oh, sorry, I totally didn't read that comment earlier. One internet pinched by the NSA and one pinched by the FBI. Great. Yes. More agents per capita. Yes. That is correct. Yeah, and then I use the CIA's VPN. I wonder how many of the VPN companies are funded by In-Q-Tel. Let's look that up real quick. Is it In-Q-Tel? There we go. So, fund a startup, then get your operative inside of Google to acquire it. Now, Lockheed Martin, this is no surprise. Google, that one might come as a surprise. Oracle might come as a surprise. Lockheed Martin, I mean, that's always been a branch of the government. A very profitable branch of the government. Could I get this in table format? Yeah, Keyhole. So Google Maps. Google Maps. Sponsored by the CIA. And then that other one, the Pokemon Go, also sponsored by the CIA. It's just like, it's so scary, man. Oh. Put my thumbs up there. Okay, is this thing ready for me to hit next yet? No, it's not. Artificial intelligence and machine learning. Security, aka spying. Wait, they let that girl out of jail already? What? Oh, Oculus. Different Oculus. Oh, good old trip down memory lane. How do we know that you aren't sponsored by the CIA? I worked for a company that was funded primarily by In-Q-Tel, as far as I'm aware. So I was sponsored. I cannot say by what organization, but it's public knowledge that In-Q-Tel invested in the company. So there's that. All right, so let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. I think I'm going to restore the dump, and then I'm going to restore the networking. Or sorry, I'm going to restore the networking, restore the dump, then restore the drives. And these are specifically my drives. But I want to restore it to a different number. I'm trying to think of a good number to use. So now we are all agents. The Beyond Code operatives. All right, boys. Let's chat it up. Let's see. Are we ready yet? Are we there yet? No? Okay. Well, I can go ahead and get some other stuff set up. Let me see. So I have to figure out what to use all of these for. I think I want to use this just as a fallback. And I'm pretty sure we need to cluster before we Ceph. So I've already got it set up this way, it's fine. I would like the numbers to go in sequential order. This one will be easy to change later. These two, meh. Okay. Oh, is it ready for me to click next? Alright, let's disconnect the virtual media here. Yes. All right, VLAN aware. And then I should have in here bridge VLANs. And this is basically going to be, dude, 4094. I can't remember why it's not to 96. I think because, okay, 95, 0, untagged. I think it's because untagged can count as one, and then native counts as one. Is it? Why is it not 4000? Yeah, because if we were to math.pal 2 to the, what would this be? I don't know, 9? No, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, but it kind of goes to 0. I don't. Yeah, but I think the maximum number is 4094. Might as well just say it can do everything. That's fine. All right. And then still booting. All right, so there's this thing I got to do with CoroSync that we might as well do now. So CoroSync is going to get its own network interface. And this has a, what do you call it? One of those little, the one that's the primary has a Velcro on it. Cable tie. Oh, what is it doing? Scanning for devices. This could take all day. Oh, there we go. Okay, so there we go. Oh, it's not bridge VLANs, it's bridge VIDs. There we go. And this is the default, but I like to have the default explicit. Okay. There we go. I prefer that. So we're not going to allow untagged. Because that's how you can get one more. So there's the default VLAN, which is 1, but 1 is not what you think, because 1 could mean anything. So you can change that the native ID will always be 1, even if your native ID is 400. You could basically, it's like at the frame level, at the Ethernet frame level, the native ID is always 1. But above it in the interface layer, you can say how to interpret 1. So you could say, when you see 1, interpret 1 as 400 instead. But then when it goes out, it's going to be back to 1. So you can have two different switches. Both of them have their default set to 400. That means that when something is tagged as 400 here, when it comes out the port, it's going to come out the port as 1. And when it comes in the port as 1 here, it's going to be interpreted as 400. But it's physically in the frame, it's 1, whatever the native VLAN is. And I find that confusing. And so I'm not going to allow the use of that. It's just, I'm marking it there so it's known that it's there, but I would just as soon put it at 4094 or whatever. I'm not going to allow that to be used. So, but if allow untagged was yes, then untagged would become 1 and be treated as 1, I think. Or maybe, can you also have completely... No, I think you can have completely untagged traffic as well. So the whole default thing is very confusing because there's a bunch of different ways to interpret it. There's 1 as 1. The default network is 1. Then there's 1 as the native VLAN, which means that 1 just gets translated. 1 is considered to be X and just gets translated on the other side. But if one of them had a native VLAN of 400 and another one had the native VLAN of 200, then you would cross the wires, so to speak, the virtual wires at least, because it would go out from 400 to 1 and then in as 1 to 200. And so you'd have traffic going from 400 to 200, whereas if you don't use the native VLAN feature, then 400 would be tagged the whole way across and 200 would be tagged the whole way across. So there's a lot of this weird stuff. I'll be back in a moment. Save some sassy comments and weird questions about system administration for me. Yeah, save. Okay. I'll see what I can do. No promises. Hey! All right. Secret. All right. Authorized keys. What? There we go. Whoops, I don't want to overwrite it per se. I want to add to it. There we go. Boom. Oh, right. We need to set up a bunch of things. So let me finish setting up this one, and then I'll set up that one. I just need to set up... I kind of got to bootstrap the process here because I need to give it the management VLAN. Okay, so these are pretty much all set up the way that they're going to be. So CoroSync we're going to put on its own network like it's supposed to be. The management interface is going to be this one over the 10 gig. That way, I wish that I already had the Mac Studio set up because I want to see what it's like to 10 gig a file across. You know, I guess it would take a second to transfer a 1 gigabyte file, which sounds cool. So I'm actually pretty excited about that, as you might be able to tell. Anyway, all of this should be good. Oh wait, hold on. I think I put this on. This needs to go here. Okay, that needs to go there. I am finding surprisingly few results for bridge allow untagged. Bridge ports. Okay, yes, this is correct. This is the correct way to use it according to the documentation that I have. Anyway, so we're going to take this. This all looks right. Everything here should have a 3 in it, because this is PVE 3 that I'm actually on right now. Let's see. Let's see here. There we go. Oh, that didn't give me much. That's okay. All right, so we got this. I'm going to restart networking. And just in case it fails, I printed it out. Okay, looks like it was successful. Okay, so here, also, I don't have Vim yet. But VI is part of the POSIX standard, so we always have VI. So I need to do auto eno 160, iFace eno 160, 160, static address 172. Well, we can do that. Okay. Okay, and that should be enough for us to be able to bring... let's see if I can do this here. So... PVE2, PVE3, and this is going to be PVE1 over here. And I'm going to get these clustering before I start adding any VMs. Although you can add VMs on the first one before you start clustering. But I'm going to do it the right way. I'm going to bring this over here just a second. So 6.0.1111.1121. Okay, this is a little too clubby for me. Let's just skip that one. PVE3. And then there we go. And this one, we're actually going to give it 192.168.1. What one will this be? I think I might give it, I might make it 42. Is there anything else going to be in the 4 range? I don't think I've got anything else that I want to be in the 4 range. Yeah. Or maybe, I think I actually have it at 37 right now. I don't want it to be in the, that's fine. 37's fine. And then Caddy is actually going to be in the global services range. So it's going to be something like 11. I don't think we're going to have any switches in there, but if we did, we would just start the switches off at, well, let's see. How about services? How about services start at 40? How about that? So this would be 42. And that would be 41. Okay, that'll help me out a little bit. Okay, so this is what I'm going to have the setup look like. What is it? What is that thing called? I'm gonna set this up for Outcast. Okay, 141, and this is going to be, yeah, okay, that is going to be on that network. Okay, so I think that's right. So I'm going to have to go destroy a bunch of known host entries real quick. I like this one. What is this? Oh, it's We Are the Robots again. Okay. All right, what are we doing next? Okay, SSH, known hosts. And then we're going to do that. Excellent. Okay. I already said yes. Why are you asking me again? All right, and then I don't remember if I did the networking for number 2, so let's go ahead and update networking for number 2. All right, so now all of these should have the same networking interfaces, which I don't know how there's 9 of them, but there's 9 of them. All right, there's loopback, Eno3, Eno4, Eno1, Eno2, VMBR, and then Eno 1.160. And then as we start to add VMs, it gets insane. So I imagine this will be about the same. Yeah. I don't know that I actually need to put the cluster on its own network. I think it just needs to be on its own network interface. Let's check that out real quick. Separate cluster network. Again, does it mean network? "100 megabits should be sufficient. It's all about latency." Oh, we need to edit the host file. This actually puts it on a separate network. So I'm thinking it wants it on its own network so that the switch ports that are in use can effectively communicate between each other without going to the router and without being affected by other traffic saturating that switch. That's my guess. I was not able to successfully follow this, but I didn't set the bind net adder, so maybe that was my problem when I tried to do it. Okay. So, new kernel. Restart to activate the new kernel. Great. So while that's restarting, I can just set up some stuff over here. So Etsy hosts. And we're going to do... Oh, whoops. Oh, that's weird. I must have... When did I typo that? Okay, this one's not typoed. Alright, so... What we need to do... Wait, the CoroSync network is 2. That's going to trip me up. I wonder if I should just... Both of these are essentially private networks. There we go. I've already documented everything that way, but that's just really gonna bug me. CoroSync shouldn't be on the same network. And does it matter for Ceph? I think Ceph just needs one network. And then CoroSync can just be entirely off the wall different. I'm going to leave it as documented for now. I can't change this later though. Once this is set up, that's the end of it. Okay, I keep on getting confused by it, so I think this makes sense. Management is 0, CoroSync is 1, Ceph is 2. Because this is the order in which they have to be installed. Yeah, and that's just gonna get on my nerves. Wait, oh, but Ceph has to be on that one anyway. Oh, I already changed it here. No. Okay, never mind. It's too confusing. I don't know what I'm doing. Wait. Ceph is 1. Okay, this makes sense. And I can change that anytime. Alright, no, this does make sense. I've got it in my head where it makes sense. It makes sense because it's based not on the service, but it's based on the interface. So, CoroSync runs on the first NIC, which is the third interface, which is 2, because zero indexing. Mixing zero indexing is great. I love mixing zero indexing with 1 indexing. It's never been confusing, ever. Everybody knows it's great. Seriously? Oh no, do I have Vim tools or Vim GUI. All right, so there's that. Did this one have enough time to reboot? Hey, it did. Miracle of miracles. Miracle of miracles. All right. Okay, so interfaces. All right, makes sense now. I found a way to make sense of it in my brain. Let's just make sure Etsy issue is correct for this. It is. This might be wrong. Yeah, I accidentally typed. Got that muscle memory for that 8 there. It's slowly killing me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I do not like having that turned on. That, having the Vim mouse. Okay, so what else is going on then? So I think that we are ready to cluster at this point. So let me go ahead and get logged in. And I'm going to have to do some of the clustering on the other screen because it's going to show a key that I'm going to need to use. All right. So I'm going to need to log in 3 more times. I'm going to put all 3 of these in the same thingamabob. Oops. And by thingamabob, in this case, I mean browser window. By the way, I found that Proxmox will make the computer not be able to go to sleep. All right, so we're going to start the cluster on PVE1. So we're going to go ahead and go to cluster, create cluster, and the cluster name is Cluck. It's cluster Cluck. And then what is the cluster network? The cluster network is this one. Interesting. So it does not give me the option to type something in here, I think. Yeah, we're gonna load this up. So if you do ever change anything about the cluster, you do need to change it one at a time. All right, task is okay. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. Oops. All right, there we go. Yeah, but never change all of these at a time. Change one link, change the next link, change the next link. Never change all of these at one time, because it's basic. It's not impossible to fix, but it's random chance to fix. But this makes it a lot easier if there's a layer of abstraction, because you can change it in the host file. And then anytime you make a change, you need to edit the config version. That's also kind of important. All right, now I'm going to go to cluster here, and we're going to say join cluster. And in order to do that, I need to grab join information, which is secret. So I'm actually going to refresh first, because I was hoping... see, it's showing me the IP address. I was hoping it would show me the host name. Thing is that the root password should be the same. And the link addresses, of course, should be matched. Okay, so requested addition of this node. That looks like that's going good. So I'm going to update these one at a time. Oh, darn it. Well, I shared my cluster join information. Okay, it's got this thing going on. Yeah, I had this problem before where I had to manually request addition to join the node. I had to manually update that. Let's see here. So I think I might be having this problem because, let's see, SSL force, oops, recreate, oops, that should have been with Proxmox. Okay. There we go. So I think the reason that this happened is that I changed the CoroSync without doing a reboot. See. Okay, cool. Okay, so far, so good. Not so bad. Alright, let's see if I can get it to do this. Alright. So important. Alright, so let's try this again. Alright, so what does it say I'm supposed to do? Yeah, node name, good. So all looks good. I'm gonna do the shutdown, like it says. I'm gonna follow the instructions. Okay. I'm gonna look up how to rotate keys. Okay. Oops. Oh. Actually, I don't know if that is private information. Okay, let's see if this is back up yet. It's probably going a lot faster than it normally does. Or maybe not. Oh my. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. I love Ice Cap Zone. This version is by McVaff. Pulse Mix. Okay, so it looks like before we go into HA mode, I'm trying to figure out, what's the order? Do we do Ceph first or do we do HA first? This seems like this is really old. Oh, duh. Why did they... High availability cluster, high availability. Okay, fine. At least 3 cluster nodes. Shared storage. Before you start. Okay, so we're going to need to create Ceph comes first. Cluster resource manager. Okay. All right, we back up? Okay, we're back up. So I'm going to quit reading and go back to doing for a little bit. Where was I? Here? Okay, so I need to get high availability back up, so we're going to go... Oh, I don't know why I started using this over here. Oh, okay. So what we're doing was we're looking to see, did the CoroSync changes take? And it looks like they did take. So if that's the case, then we should be able to go over here, and we should be able to see. Oh no, So we're going to shut down that node. Config version. Oh, whoops. Okay, so I did not follow the instructions. I did not pass go. This did not work. I edited the local CoroSync file rather than editing the PVE CoroSync sync file. Sync file. Okay. I think that this does have a watchdog. Let's see. Dell R620 Proxmox watchdog. Okay, watchdog is the important word here, so let's maybe move that to the front. Okay, it doesn't seem like it really cares about what position I put the words in. Well, watchdog. Okay, so we're going to need to possibly turn on watchdog. Bless me. So I think it's saying it has soft dog on by default. Okay, cool. So we actually do need to turn on hardware watchdog. See if a server loses. Okay. So, hey Jojo, we need to turn on Hardware Watchdog in the BIOS so the Proxmox can use it for HA monitoring. If a node goes offline, make it so that nodes can be forcefully rebooted in the event that the cluster manager doesn't tick the watchdog timer. The purpose is to fence the server to prevent it from writing to the network file system in the case that the cluster loses sync, but the storage network is still accessible to processes that don't know about cluster status, such as when another node starts Okay, so I will do that in a bit. Let's see what happened here. Did my CoroSync get written over? No. Did this CoroSync get written over? No. Okay. Okay. All right, that one. All right, so now is the time to copy CoroSync 3 over PVE CoroSync. Oh, dang it. How does one do this? All right, I'm going to try this one more time and I'm just going to give up. Cannot create a new file. All right, so we copy it to new. We edit the new file. This is what it looks like. We rename the config file. All right, let's make sure that we still have a quorum over here in the web interface. All right, that's by itself, and these two are together, right? Okay, so node 2 did not come back online. Is that what I'm to understand here? Okay, so as far as they're concerned, everything's broken. I don't know why. Now I know why. For the CoroSync config. Okay. Let's try that. Ring 0, ring 1, ring 2. All right, and then I'm going to copy this over to the third one as well. Oh man, this thing's a pain in the butt. Maybe we do have to put in the bindnet address. Bindnet adder. Okay. Okay. How is this helpful? It seems like it's doing it automatically. I don't want to... What's up? How's it going, chat? All right, why is this not finding quorum? All right, I'll try this thing. What was it? 172.16.0.0. So I don't understand how this is helpful. what's the point of having these here? So first here. All right, let me try this again. Where was 151 at? I don't know. All right, let's try. Hey, this is going longer than I thought it would. Well, maybe not longer than I thought it would. Longer than I hoped it would. Oh, whoops. This needs to be version 3. Yo, Rune, what is up, man? Long time no see. I'm doing all right. I'm just working on some stuff right now. How did I screw it up already? You know what I'm saying? CoroSync, Etsy, PVE, CoroSync.new. Hey, that was allowed. CoroSync. Etsy, PVE, CoroSync.new. Alright. So, Etsy, CoroSync. Alright, here we go. Logging. Okay. Let's see if I can get away without having the bind net adder on here. Okay. Let's try this one first. We'll shut that one down first, because it takes us time to come back up. Oh, I do need to switch over to getting some other work done. Like I said, didn't think it was going to be this long. That's me playing the violin. Okay, let's see if this thing can back up. Probably not yet. It takes a couple minutes. Okay, so I think that this is a dumb thing to do. So I was trying to follow the instructions. Oops, because they said, hey, here's a better way to do it. Do it this way. But I think that the instructions are wrong. Wait, where's my other... Right there, right there, right there. Okay, this is the one. Okay. So I need to wait for PVE2 to come all the way up before I make this change. Let's see where PVE2 is at. Let's go back here. Oops. And we'll log in and see. What have you been up to, Yorun? Okay, there we go. Sometimes I wonder if it's not that I actually have a typo in the password and that typing it 3 or 4 times, I make the same typo. Know what I'm saying? Alright, what's going on? Turn off your pop-up blocker and try again. Okay, I'll do what you say. I'll trust you. Do you want to try to share this session? Cancel. Where would this session be open already? Let me check. Oh, indeed. Indeed, it is already open. Okay. What the flippy dippy? There we go. Alright, so now let's test and see. That looks good. And that looks good. Do we have quorum? Okay, PVE1 believes that we have quorum. Does PVE2 also believe that we have quorum? Hey, lucky day. PVE2 also believes that we have quorum. Alright, so now we're going to add in PVE3. So I'm going to go grab the join information real quick. Let's see. You know, I don't know if this join information is actually... People say it's a secret. They say, oh, it's private. You got to keep it private. I don't know if that's true. I'm going to look more into it for a second here. But I'm going back to the cluster option. So, whoops. Back here, cluster, join cluster. it may just contain... I think that the join information... I'm going to try to... Hold on. Okay, so myth dispelled. The join information is not secret. The join information is just JSON. Look. IP address. Blah, 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 blah. Ring address. Oh, good. Now the addresses are showing up correctly now that they've rebooted. Yeah. Okay. So, myth dispelled, everybody. Proxmox cluster information join information is not secret. It's not something that you have to blur out. Alright, I was just going off of, everybody's just saying that, but that's not true. So, link 1. It's going to be 2, link 2, and, whoops, and link 3. There we go. All right, PVE3 is not yet in sync, but it is there. All right, now PVE3 is in an unknown state. Okay. All right, this is version 4, and then we're going to change it to version 5, and then we're going to copy all this, and then we're just going to change PVE2 to 3, and make sure that the host file is up to date on this one, which I think it is, yeah. Doesn't that look nice? Okay. How does this not have proper network? 121. That's not so. Eno 1.160 should have 120. Okay, so ping 172.16.0.111. Okay, 131. Okay, 1. Okay. So then, is it 1.1.1.1? Okay, great. So, oh, whoops. Bat. Duh. There we go. Much easier to read. Okay, so we do have corosync.new, right? Alright, and then I've got that in there. Okay, so I think this is kind of a useless thing to do. I would not recommend doing this in the future. The documentation says that you're supposed to do it, but it seems to just... Actually, no, I would recommend doing it. I'd recommend doing it because if you ever need to change network interfaces, you can change it in the host file and not have this completely go berserk. So, okay, yes. Is it worth taking an hour to do? Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those things where if you need to change IP addresses, you go to this methodology first. And then you change them. And you change one address at a time, and then reboot everything, and change another address at a time, and reboot everything. Blah, 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 blah. Wait, and let's just make sure. We did bump the config version, yes. Alright, so there's that. And then I might as well just go ahead and do this, I suppose. So we're going to have that shut down. But I'm going to watch it over here. And what I need to do is I need to enter the BIOS and I need to turn on the watchdog. So take a little bit of time to do that. Alright, so this is going to be F2 for setup. F2 for system setup. Alright, entering system setup. Good. Alright, and then I'm going to go to... What am I going to go to? I have a little bit of documentation. By the way, hey, I've discovered an excellent feature that everybody needs to be using more. Oh, whoops, let's go ahead. It regenerates SSL certificates whenever you create the thing. Okay, so everybody agrees PVE2 is down. So this new thing in Brave, you can search through tabs. And so instead of opening a new tab, I've started doing this first, which I think that ought to be more the default behavior than it is, because it kind of is. It does give you a switch to this tab, but it doesn't work all the time, whereas searching the tabs always works. All right, so what was I going to do? All right, I have a gist for this. Hold on. The gist is more up to date than the other thing. So while this is going into system BIOS, here are the things that I'm going to be just running through. I might go put this to the side of the screen so I can see it over here. These are things that the other systems are set up this way, so I'm going to set this up this way. Okay, so, and the primary purpose of this is actually to get it to run faster. So we're going to go into System BIOS, Memory Settings, because I have to reboot this all the time. System testing disabled, operator mode, node interleaving is disabled. Interesting that it would, oh, it wouldn't do that anyway because there's not two CPUs. Right. Okay, so then we're going to go back. I'm guessing, oh, that's not good. No cause for alarm. I've seen this happen a bunch of times now, and it seems to be related. Let me figure out where I've got this open real quick. It seems to be related to when non-maskable interrupt UEFI. So we're not even using UEFI. Hold on. So as best as I can tell, this is not a big deal. It's just that after upgrading the BIOS or flashing any of the firmware or putting any of the firmware in a different setting, when you go to enter the BIOS the next time, it freaks the heck out. So I've seen it far too often for it to be a fluke of, oh, it's, you know, it's just this bad thing on this one machine. I think that it's related to the storage controller, but I'm not really sure. We've seen it when changing the network, the default network settings. Not sure what causes it, but I've seen it a lot. In fact, I'm surprised that there's not more non-maskable interrupt. Okay, so there is somebody on Reddit complaining about the same thing. Huh. So we're going to go through some settings. Okay, so let's go into System BIOS, Processor Settings, Virtualization Technology, yes. Okay, and then that's just junk info. Fine, whatever. Alright, SATA settings. Embedded SATA is turned off. Good. Boot settings. I think I've already optimized these. It's BIOS. Retry sequence is disabled. Disable integrated NIC. And then the boot sequence doesn't really... Well, let me go back in there just to check out the boot sequence. Yeah, there's only one thing in there, so that's good. Okay, integrated devices. Do I want to go into that? Yes. Integrated RAID, yes. User accessible USB, internal USB, OS watchdog timer. This one, it sounds like there's no... It sounds like this is good to have on, and this is kind of meh to have on. So, I do need to update this mabob, though. Got it open over there on the side. Hold on. Alright, boot settings, integrated. Where's integrated network card? OS watchdog timer, integrated USB port, slot disablement. Ah, right. Hold on, just copying, updating my notes here. Enabled Proxmox fencing. Okay. There we go. Boot driver disabled. That should help with that other error too, even though I don't think any PCI slots are enabled. I'm just curious what to see. Okay. Oh, whoops. And of course we want this enabled. But if set to disabled, the integrated NICs may still be available for shared network access by the embedded management controller. Oh, got it. This function must be configured NIC management for your system. Okay, got it. That's why it's saying disabled OS, because it doesn't disable the whole thing. The life cycle controller could still use it. Right. And we need both of these on, because it says integrated, but it's just daughter boards. They're not integrated in the way that I would think of them being integrated. All right. Integrated devices. And then slot disablement serial communication. We can just turn that off. We're not going to use it. I'm just going to leave it on because it was on. Alright, what else? System security. What? I think I double clicked on something. Oh, system security, there we go. Power button. Disable that from letting the kids use it. Alright, is AC power recovery is last. Random. Okay, good. That looks all good. And then miscellaneous settings. This says nowhere near the right time. Let's go to 12. Oh, interesting. This might be UTC time, so it may be alright. Because otherwise it looks correct. Asset tag. This is going to be... Okay, keyboard errors. System characterization. Okay. I'll leave that alone. Oh, and this one is actually PVE2, isn't it? Alright, miscellaneous settings. So that's all done. Finish. Yes. Alright, and then lifecycle controller. We could probably just disable that. Cancel lifecycle controller actions. Yeah, because then we don't have to deal with that on every boot. We're not going to use it. We're just going to interface with the iDRAC when we need to. We need to turn it back on if we needed to update the BIOS or something, but we don't need to do that. Let's see, lifecycle management. Yeah, power configuration. And then ours, yeah, these are supposed to be non-redundant. Because the power consumption on these, it's not the power consumption, the PSUs that are in here, they're too low wattage to be in redundant configuration. Data center name. The dungeon. Aisle name. 2. Rack name. Box. Boxen. Rack slot. It's the Hobbit hole. There we go. So that's finished. I'll save changes, yes. And then we're going to turn off boot on the NICs. It's going to take a minute. Alright, so basically I'm just going to turn off boot. Firmware properties, no. NIC configuration. Just that way it can't even show up in the list, it can't even be tested. There we go. And then we're going to do the same thing with this one. At least one other one is configured for boot. And that's on the card. So that's based on whatever somebody else was doing before. Okay, there we go. And then we can't go into this one. At least I don't think we can. I don't want to go into it. Alright, so we'll finish up here and then we'll restart everything. What did we did that for the watchdog, but it's like, well, since I got to reboot anyway, might as well check all the other things. But we're going to have to restart each of these systems. So let this one come back up, and then I'll restart one of the other ones, and then it's the same. Okay. Alright, so I'm just going to put this back out of the way. And then I can go ahead and install Ceph on these. Is there any advance to this? And then when that one comes up, we can start installing it. Yes, of course I want to continue. I don't have any other options. Gosh, do you want to continue? Okay. Okay, all the PBEs are back online. That's good news. So now let's go ahead and restart the first one. As soon as... Okay. All right, so we'll go ahead here and we'll do Ceph. Right. Where's it at? Ceph. Okay, did I actually have the right ones selected for each of these? Does it think it's back up? Oh no. It's okay, so it's actually currently, it's not booted yet because it is currently complaining that something has been replaced. And so despite the fact that I turned off the lifecycle controller, the lifecycle controller, I guess, is still running this one last time anyway. So there it goes. Now it's booting back up. Hey, it said disconnected UEFI drivers. That's great. All right, now it's scanning again. Okay, so it is down. All right, so configuration, public network. I don't know what that means, public network, but we're going to go with having them both the same. This is all good. Oh, no, not that. Yes, that. Okay. So this is Ceph. Okay. I don't know what it means by public. They say that in certain situations you can get better performance by having these two networks separated, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. But if I did, then what I would do is I would do this. I would make the public network that, and the cluster network that, which maybe that's the right thing to do. I don't know. We could try it. Or I just put it on there, because really nothing needs to access this network. It's just for Ceph. So I'm gonna put them both down here for the same network. The other thing that I could do is we could put it on the no, I think this is right. I don't know what public network means here, because this is public, but I think that means that things that are going to connect to Ceph, what network are they going to connect to Ceph on? And I think that that's this network. Create Ceph monitors, create Ceph OSDs, create Ceph pools. Got it. All right, so same thing here. All right, and this one's ready too now. So if we restart this, yeah, so now we can go here and we can select Ceph. Do you want to install Ceph? Yes, I do want to install Ceph. So we're going to install the latest version of Ceph. We're going to let it do its thing, and then it's going to, we'll say yes. Okay, so public network, we're going to leave the two the same. Call it good. Monitor node, local host, what? Oh, okay, it's because I think it's because I started them at the same time rather than letting one finish and then finishing the next one. So my guess is that if I go here to Ceph now, okay, OSD count, monitors, localhost PVE1, managers on localhost, great. I'll go ahead and let this one get set up, and then I'll restart that one. Let's see. Okay, it's ready for the next thing. Configuration already initialized. Great. Cool. So this is what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add some OSDs on this. So under Ceph, so under PVE1, under Ceph, we have the ability to, let's see, we've got configuration. Then we have monitor. So PVE1 is running a monitor. We need PVE2 to also run a monitor. I think we need 3 monitors. So we're going to add a monitor, create. Host is PVE2, running. All right, and then we're going to go here, Ceph again, monitor, create, PVE3. Okay, Proxmox, Ceph, number of monitors and managers. I think we need an equal number of, I think we need at least 3 for both. All right, so 3. Well, let's go to 45 drives. 3 monitors. 3 managers. Okay, cool. So we'll do that. Then we'll have a monitor. A manager. And I guess I can just do the same thing again from here. I don't know why I have all 3 open. But yeah, so we have 3 monitors, we have 3 managers. Managers are in standby, and then we need to add the OSDs. So I'm going to do that before I reboot this. So create an OSD. No, thank you. Oh. Let me get out of there. I selected the wrong thing. Alright, so my OSDs are going to be the small ones. Interesting. Is it just automatically picking up the OSDs? Gigabyte, 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 gigabyte. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to have to go in and then wipe these OSD disks, I suppose. I think that's what's happening. Oh, hey, sorry there, Lego Logic. I didn't see you there a second ago. What would be the maximum time to make a decision when hiring someone? It depends on a number of factors, but typically, I would say about 2 weeks, because if you're not, it's kind of a, do you need bodies on the in chairs, or are you looking for really the right person? Because if you're really looking for the right person, then you kind of know whether or not you found him. But if you need to fill a body in a chair, then I think that it's different. But between 2 weeks and a month. And the thing is, if it's the better of a candidate or the worse of a candidate, the quicker the response time is going to be. But if the candidate's mediocre, they're average, slightly above average in your candidate pool, then you might want to say, well, we might be able to train this person, but if we could find someone who's got a better fit, then we'll take it. And so you'd wait a little bit. So, yeah. Sorry I didn't see you there. Okay. So back to this. Dev disk by ID. And then these should have the size in them as well. So, 256, there it is. 256. So these 256 drives, both of these, I need to zero them out a little bit. These were empty. This was what it's installed on this one. These ones are being used for other things, so I just need this. I just need to do a little dd if equals dev 0 of equals, and then I forget what the byte size is, but it's something like 8 megs, I think is the ideal byte size. But we're doing a count of 100. Or maybe just a count of 50. That should be good. I think the reasonable size was something more like 64K. Oh, bless me. Okay, I think it, let's see. Somebody had a really good answer once. 8 megs. Yeah, 8 megs I think is around the best. So I'm okay with wiping that drive to pieces. Goodbye, drive. Oh. Oh, wow, that was fast. We should take a little bit longer here. Seriously? Is it really that fast? One gigabyte per second? Seriously? How can it be that fast? How's that possible? Okay. And then we need to run cfdisk. And it's important to run cfdisk because that one will do the flush sync stuff that it needs to do. That's weird. Why is it taking so long? Maybe it had to do a sync. Alright, so we're going to write this out. Yes. Then we're going to quit. And then we're going to open it up again. And we're going to delete the partition. And we're going to write it. And then we're going to quit. Alright, we're going to do the same thing with the other one. Wait, which one did we just do? One ending in 7.5? Alright, so now we'll do this one. GPT. Alright, and then we're going to zero these out again just to be safe. Because when you partition it, it writes some information to the table. So it writes on both sides. It's not just the beginning, it's also the end. Alright, what's up? I see, done with my interviews. I felt like it went well since the manager was asking me when I can start. They're always going to ask you when you can start. That's normal. Whether or not they're looking to hire you, they're going to ask you when you can start. I mean, while they're in the decision-making process, they're going to ask you when you can start. But it's certainly it's not a bad sign, but it's not really a positive indicator, but it's not a negative indicator, if that makes sense. Okay, let's see if this will let me pick some OSDs now. All right, create OSD. No unused disk. I don't know. All right, I'm just going to get rid of this thing entirely. So it copied. It's hard to say. Okay. Okay, much faster. Okay, let's do it this way. Cool. I'm going to put that in my notes for clustering. Okay, and then here, similarly, we have some drives that by their size we can know what they are. So it is the 256 drive. See, this one's 512. These are 256. So it's the 256 drives that we can zap. Okay. All right, and this one goes all the way to 256. The one that ends in 32 is the one we just did, so that one needs to be done. Okay, great. Okay, that one can be done. I should have searched how to do this first, obviously. Okay. So now, okay, free up old OSD. Okay, let's try zapping again. Okay. So that one's done. And then not the one that ends in 4.6 is going to be the one that ends in 2.7. Okay, got it. All right, so this one, because I messed it up, not messed it up per se, but because I'll probably have to reboot. I'll try CF disk one more time. Okay. Okay, zap. Okay, so let's just see if this works. And I can move on with my life. Just going to refresh that so I know that it's refreshed. And then go here to OSD, create OSD, no unused disk. So I'm just going to have to reboot this thing anyway. I'm pretty sure if I go over here, pretty sure is a rough statement. But yeah, all right. So these ones report as unused. So I think my problem is I'm going to have to reboot this because the disk is in a bad state because I zeroed it rather than using the correct tool. And so now it's like, So I'm going to go ahead and take that time to do the BIOS stuff as well. Let's see if we can launch this. Make sure that still looks good. Okay. So here we are again, configuring memory. I kind of think I may not want the watchdog on this one. I have to think about that. Because if the NAS is in use, I'm not going to put the NAS on the cluster. I don't think. Yeah, I'll put the watchdog on this one. Well, yeah, because the NAS... Am I going to put the NAS on... I don't think I'm going to put the NAS on the Ceph volume. I think I'm too scared. Plus, it wouldn't benefit from it anyway. Oh, whoops! I did totally just. Oh wait, no, I can still make it. I can still make it. Oh, phew, lucky. It's not going to benefit from the Ceph volume anyway because the NAS. Just yeah. I'm going to keep the NAS on a local volume for this. All right. So let me get back to this thing. All right, there it is. So I'm going to go back. Okay, system BIOS. There you go, click. System information, nay. Memory settings. Disabled, optimizer mode, node interleaving is disabled. Because this one actually does have 2 CPUs. So that's why the node interleaving is available, but that should not be turned on. Alright, virtualization. Processors. Is there anything I need to turn on here? No, I just need to make sure virtualization is turned on. That's it. Okay, back. Boot settings. Boot mode BIOS. Disable retry sequences. We're going to take those out of the running. We're going to change the sequence there. That's great. Change the sequence there. That's great. Okay. And we're back. And we go back again. And then we go into integrated devices. RAID controller enabled. USB ports disabled. Internal USB disabled. Network card, yes. Watchdog timer, yes. SRIOV, yes. Slot disablement. Oh, we don't want them to have any boot driver stuff. Okay, back. Serial communication. We're going to turn it off. Whoops. System profile settings. I don't think there's anything that we needed to do in there. Nope. Security, password, TPM, power button, AC recovery on random. Okay. EFI variable access standard, whatever that means. Miscellaneous. And then this one is going to be PV1 root lab. Disable the F2 prompt. And date looks good. Alright, cool. So we can finish with that. Yes, we're going to save those settings. Alright, and then I'm going to go to the iDRAC settings. I'm going to turn off the life cycle controller. Did I turn the other one off or on? I think enabled was normally here, and I might have just clicked over there by mistake because I think I did. I think I turned on the life cycle controller when I meant to turn it off. All right, power configuration. Again, we do not need these to be redundant. A power cap, I can control that later from the iDRAC. And these are not redundant. Do not have power configuration. It doesn't matter whether or not we enable hot spare. Okay. So I do actually need them to not go above a certain power threshold. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. This one could, run it up. Alright, non-input power, no. Okay, smart card, user configuration. Not, all this stuff can be done elsewhere. So yes. Okay, and then device settings is just turning off the boot for the integrated NIC so that it speeds up boot times. Okay. NIC configuration, none. Excellent. I think I already turned these off on this one. Yeah. Oh, no. It's cool that the NIC itself can be tagged down at that level. The VLAN ID can be tagged. Okay. Turn that off. Cool. Yes, save it. And this is also going to tell us it's got the LSI controller, but we're done. Okay, cool. So we got one more to go. That's just going to take some time. Okay, and then I guess we might as well restart this one. I don't think there's anything else for it to do right now, so I'm going to go ahead and update its BIOS settings as well. What's up, chat? How's it going? Oh, whoops. Okay, I need to wait for PVE 1 to come back up all the way. And I just accidentally hit the button to have it go into the BIOS because I was thinking about hitting the button for PVE 3 to go into the BIOS. And I accidentally hit it. Alright, connecting viewer, PVE 3. No, entering setup. Hopefully I can just have it leave. Make no changes and hit finish. Maybe it'll spare me. Are you sure you want to exit? Yes. Back to configuring memory. Oh well. It's important that whenever possible to never let all three go down at the same time. Because then coming back up, they freak out. They need to have a quorum. Okay. This time I'm just going to let it boot. I'm not going to press any buttons by mistake. Let's see if it boots. I don't know if it's actually booting any faster or not. I kind of want to enter the configuration utility just to, to make it take less time, or to lower the amount of time that it waits for you to press C, Control C. Okay. Alright, lifecycle controller is disabled, but it's still going to initialize firmware interfaces anyway. Okay. It just takes forever. We got really nothing else I can do. I guess it did shave off a minute or two because the lifecycle controller didn't try to boot, but why is it going to take several minutes? I mean, it's not really going to take that because it never does. I think it would if it had the RAID, if it was using the RAID controller. Okay. So it failed to import ZFS pools, which is good, because I actually don't want it importing ZFS pools. Okay, so that now should be about up. So if I refresh this, okay, now it's up. Okay, so here's what I want to do then. First, I'm going to go ahead and get this rebooting. So let me tell it to reboot. Yes, I want to reboot it. I want to get the keyboard up on the screen, so on the other screen here, so as soon as it comes up the BIOS settings, I can reboot it. And it doesn't matter which one we do these things from, whether it's 1 or 2. I like to do it. For some reason, I like to use the interface from the one that actually is the one that's up. Okay, so OSD interface. Create OSD. There we go. So this, yes. We want it encrypted, I think. And I think we want the DB disk the same for all of them. Device class is SSD. Although auto detect should work for that, I imagine. Okay. And let's create an OSD again. And this time, yep, that's the one we want. Same thing, encrypt. Leave the other settings the same. I imagine that for SSDs and for the type of usage that I'm doing, it's just as well to have everything on the disk. Oh no, wait, actually, oh, I didn't want to do that yet. I wonder if I can undo it. because this is silly, but I just wanted the OSDs to be 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, because I'm not likely to get another server, but if I were to get more drives, then I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, let me go handle this real quick. Wait, how is it possibly down? That's weird to me. Okay. And I can do the same thing here. We go to PBE2, and I'll bring the OSDs up. Great. Okay. And then back over here, I gotta do this whole process one more time. Going through the system setup, memory settings. Okay, so system BIOS, memory settings, disabled. I don't know what the difference is, but there was nothing here, right? Alright, SATA settings, turn it off, good. Boot settings, hard drive sequence, excellent. So this one should be booting pretty quickly, and I think that's what we're seeing. Disable, disable, enable, enable. Slot disablement. Disabled. Great. Serial communication off. Let's see. System security. Power button. Random. Okay, good. Miscellaneous settings. Don't prompt on errors. Okay, finish. Pretty sure I got that all right. We did turn on the watchdog timer. We did all the miscellaneous settings. Okay, iDRAC settings. Lifecycle controller. Disabled. Okay. And then power configuration. Power cut policy. Not redundant. Not spare. No correction. Good. And then we'll turn off boot on the NICs. Okay. And then we're done with that. Just click over here, click back over here. Alright, create OSD. That's the one. Encrypt. here, and then back here. Again, we're just going to go NIC configuration, make sure it's turned off. Go NIC configuration, it's turned off. NIC boot is turned off. NIC boot is turned off. Okay, cool. And that was it. And then we reboot. Okay, so while that's booting up, I think I can go ahead and I guess, yeah, I'm not actually going to use, I'm not going to do what I thought I was going to do. I thought I was going to put the what's it called? I thought I was going to put TrueNAS on the high availability disk, but I don't want to do that because the high availability disk is the one that's the most likely to screw up. So I'm better off to do backups. Because the high availability disk is the one that I'm most likely to, you know, if I make a mistake and I can't get it to come back up, then, you know, I'm hosed. So I don't want to do that. Alright, now we've got our PVE3, should be booting. And from, not this one, where is it? So from this one, should be able to go to PV1, VZ, dump, and then 102. Oh, I so wish I could do this over the 10 gig. Okay, and then I go back over here. Let me go check my notes. Alright, so I'm going to need to do the QM restore and then give it an ID. I'm trying to think, what ID do I want it to have? Well, might as well. Well, it might as well be. What did I want it to be? I think it was 1037 or something like that. I had it over here. Hold on. I'm gonna go look it up real quick. Oh, 42, because Caddy will be 41. All right. var lib vz dump vma. Yeah. Cool beans. See what the config looks like. Oh, nice. It did restore its disks. Cool. That worked out well. Alright, so if I were to look at this and go back to the hardware here, then I would want to see, yes, okay, and I also want to see here that VLAN tag makes sense, so go with OK. And then here, I want to just get over onto the other VLAN. But I guess starting it out on that one probably makes sense, so that everything is the same as the way it was before. Yeah, I think we chose that one because it's better for the pass-through. 8 gigs of RAM. Do I want to give it more RAM? Maybe. What do I have on this? What do I have on this as a whole? Summary. $157 gigs. We're gonna bump that up actually too. So I think I'll give it a full 64. Oh no, not that one. How do I do Siri? Not Siri, what's it called? Spotlight? Bah. 1024 times 64. And there's a little bit of overhead there too, but what else? Yeah, one socket is better than 2 sockets. Whatever the default is, I guess that's fine. Okay, cool. So, if I'm not mistaken, just go into the console on this one and boot it up. Oh, and let me make sure that this is local LVM. Good. All right, cool. So yeah, everything there is basically what I want it to be. And then we'll go back to the OSDs here. And then let me just make sure these are all encrypted, right? Does it say? Create OSD. Good. How do we check if an OSD is encrypted? Okay, where are we at? And then we create OSD again. Double check it's the right disk. Encrypt and create. Okay. Okay. All right. So, what do we do to turn on high availability? No, that should not be high availability. Oh, but I should go back to this. And we should have, I'm guessing the setting will, well, I think I changed the setting. But start at boot, yes. There we go. Okay. Use tablet for pointer? No. Don't use a pointer. Okay, so do we have a pool yet? Oh, do we need metadata servers too? Monitor manager, OSD. We need to create a metadata server. Okay, let's see. How many metadata servers, Seth? One metadata server. Let's see what 45 drives has to say. So 3 managers. Okay. What is a file system gateway? Okay, they're like S3. Okay, so I'm actually going to put those on the other two. Metadata server. We're going to create one. Oh, whoops. Actually, I want to destroy that one. So we're going to create one on PVE2. And PVE3. Okay. Add as storage. Placement groups. Whatever that means. Let's see if they have a description here. Oh, it's probably... Placement groups is probably, like it sounds, locations. How many locations can something be stored in? And I think the answer would probably be, in this case, it doesn't need more than 6 because there's not more than 6 drives. Okay. I love Brave Search. It is so daggone good. Oh, what'd I do? Okay. Whoa, what happened there? Why did those become so small? Why'd things disappear? Oh, these disappeared too. Okay, got it. Okay, it needs to be a power of 2. So, number of OSDs, I have 6 times 100 divided by 3. So 300 to the nearest power of 2. So 600. Wait, no. Sorry, that was 200. So 256. Alright, times replica count. So 3 is the number of replica counts. So 256. Okay. Okay, let me make sure I understand what the question is asking. It's FFS, placement groups. What's FFS 0? $56. I don't know. What does size mean? I don't know what to make of this. Okay. Not recommended to use FFS for VIA VMs because of poor performance compared to the block device alternative. Okay. Let's see here. So let's see here. One of the things that I don't know where. Do I have OpenSense here? OpenSense? Looks like no. Okay, I'm going to need to download OpenSense. Architecture, AMD. Image type is DVD. Okay, so I'll download that. I'm interested to try the serial one as well. Okay. So it looks like if I want to run this, downloads. Okay, is it still downloading? Why is it taking forever? 400 megabytes. What? Okay, can we find a better one? Oh, the Netherlands. Elna. How about, let's do the United States, maybe? Sandy River, Kentucky. Hold on, just cancel. Cancel, you're gonna take forever. Actually, I don't think the closeness should matter. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, much better. Much better. Look at that. Oh, that one's actually not much better. It started out much better. It's going to take minutes. Minutes. I wish I could I get a torrent, maybe? You have torrents? No? Oh well. Yeah, it's just snaking along there. Okay, so there's that. All right, so what does this look like if I go to create a container? Well, first of all, let me see if I can get... I guess I should be able to restore my caddy container. Let's see. Var lib vz dump. Well, that's really big. I wonder why it's so big. Why does it think that these windows are so large when they aren't? Anyway, alright, let's see. Create a container. Put it over here. This is going to be 1041. Click caddy. We don't need nesting. Password. SSH public key. Oh, actually, what I need to copy over here is not the dump, but rather, where's my Alpine image? Okay. So I'm just going to create a test container. CephFS0. We're going to be better off just using local storage. Oh, whoops. I need to move that into template cache on both of these. Okay, well, there's that. Actually, I like that idea quite a bit. Let's take this from here, template cache, and let's move it to mount Ceph template cache. There we go. And now those are accessible everywhere. So that's good. Okay, I don't need that open anymore. Storage. Okay, that's where the template's coming from. So disk RDB. Okay. What's RDB? Alright, in VLAN, this needs to be on VLAN something like 1100. Which that makes it a little bit difficult. Because, let's see, 10.11. 0.1. Oh, VLAN tag. Oops. Oh, right. So this was supposed to describe these, not this. Let's see. All right. Two cores, half each. Firewall gateway tag. It's got a template it's coming from. Okay, now let's see if we can copy. Where was downloads? OPN sense. Mount. PVE. Template. Cache. Oh no, ISO. I don't know if that'll work or not. Let's see how that download is coming along, though. Oh, did I pause the DVD one by mistake? Is there a hiccup? Mount, PVE. All right, let's see what this. Do we have any reporting on what does CPU look like right now? Oh, but I wanted to configure this for high availability. Use watchdog-based fencing. Okay, great. HA. That doesn't seem to be. ID, I don't know. How do we know which way is What does priority mean? Okay. Proxmox HA group priority. What does priority mean? Ah, this is annoying. What does restricted mean? Resources boundary restricted groups may only run on nodes defined by the group. Okay. Tries to run services on the node at the highest priority of node of the higher memory rates. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we want the priorities to be equal on these, but not on that one. Got it. Smart values. Cool. Everybody go to bed. Queen of Cards. This is a good one. Seeds of Pandora. I think that's a newer album. Could be wrong. Just testing out HA. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so priority does not work the way that I thought that it would. Let's go back to that. Okay, groups. Well, that was cool. That was cool to see. Okay. All right. Cool beans, cool beans. Well, I like that. It just automatically started. Okay, so... Whoa. Okay, I didn't get what I wanted to get done tonight, but... Well, I got my... I think I've got my... I need to actually check to make sure that this came back up all the way. .100. What was it? 37 or something. All right, well, uh-oh. Oh, okay, so this did not come back online. And the reason is that I do... Okay, so I do have to do the reattach, I think. Let me go back to, what was it, this one? So I'm going to do... What was it? I think I made it 42. All right, let's see what it has to say about this. It's got a description. But I think I actually need to run this. dev disk by ID ADA ST1 J yada yada yada. Okay, good. Okay, so I think now if I reboot this, I think it'll work because the VM came up, but the VM has got some errors. So let's see. Oh, let's see. Is it gonna come back up? Reboot. I wonder when I create something, resource pool. What are my resource pool options? What does that mean? Permissions. Oh, okay. Firewall. Storage. Options. SAF. Cluster. Notes. Summary. Search. That's all the things. Okay, what was I just looking for? I was looking for something, wasn't I?